Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the grate at 221B Baker Street had settled into that perfect state of being, not roaring, not dying, but holding itself in a gentle equilibrium that seemed to mock the very concept of time passing. The coals glowed with a deep orange warmth that painted the sitting room in shades of amber and shadow, while outside the November evening pressed itself against the windows like a polite but insistent visitor. The fog had come early, as it often did in London at this time of year, wrapping the city in layers of grey silk that muffled the usual cacophony of hooves and wheels and voices into something softer, more dreamlike. Dr. John Watson sat in his preferred armchair, the one nearest the fire, with a medical journal open across his lap that he hadn't actually read for the past 20 minutes. The words had blurred into pleasant insignificance as his mind wandered through that comfortable territory between waking thought and the gentle pull of sleep. His collar was loosened, a small domestic rebellion he permitted himself in the evening, and his slippers, slightly worn at the heel, were stretched toward the warmth. The day had been long, but unremarkable. 3 patients in the morning, a consultation that had taken longer than expected, and the familiar walk back to Baker Street, through streets that smelled of coal smoke and roasting chestnuts, and the particular dampness that London wore like a second skin. Sherlock Holmes occupied the other chair, though occupied hardly seemed the proper word for the way he inhabited space. He was draped across the furniture with that peculiar boneless quality he achieved when his mind was elsewhere. His long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed on some point in the middle distance that existed only for him. He had been silent for the better part of an hour, which Watson had learned to recognize as either the prelude to a brilliant deduction, or simply the contemplative quiet of a man who found the world slightly less interesting than his own thoughts. The sitting room held them both in its familiar embrace. The clutter of Holmes' chemistry apparatus on the side table, the stack of newspapers that Mrs. Hudson threatened daily to remove, the Persian slipper that still inexplicably contained tobacco. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with the measured confidence of something that had been keeping time since before either of them was born. 8:15. The hour when respectable London was settling into its evening routines, dinners consumed, fires banked, the day's transactions complete. It was, Watson reflected with the deep satisfaction of a man who has earned his rest, an hour designed for quiet comfort, which made the sound of footsteps on the stairs all the more peculiar. Not Mrs. Hudson's measured tread. Watson knew that rhythm as well as his own heartbeat. Not the quick, purposeful steps of a client desperate for Holmes's services. These were heavy, deliberate footfalls that spoke of weight and authority, climbing with the steady determination of someone who did not climb stairs often and resented the necessity. Watson's hand moved instinctively to close his journal. Holmes's eyes flickered toward the door, a single eyebrow rising in that expression of mild interest that usually preceded something remarkable. The knock, when it came, was perfunctory. 3 sharp raps that were less a request for entry and more an announcement of arrival. "Come," Holmes called, his voice carrying that particular note of curiosity that Watson had learned to recognize. The door opened, and Mycroft Holmes entered on 221B Baker Street. Watson felt his spine straighten automatically. Mycroft Holmes did not simply enter rooms. He altered them by his presence, the way a large piece of furniture changes the flow of space around it. He was a man built on impressive proportions, his frame suggesting the comfortable solidity of someone who spent his days seated behind important desks, making decisions that shaped empires. His coat was immaculate despite the fog, his hat precisely angled, his walking stick, which Watson suspected was more affectation than necessity, tapping a final punctuation mark against the floorboards as he came to rest just inside the doorway. But something was wrong, not wrong in any dramatic sense. Mycroft bore no visible signs of distress, no dishevelment that would suggest flight or struggle. His clothing sat upon him with its usual precision. His colour was good, his breathing unlaboured. And yet Watson, with the particular instinct that came from years of studying both medicine and his friend's remarkable family, recognized immediately that Mycroft Holmes was not himself. It was in the eyes, primarily. Those sharp, calculating eyes that usually moved across a room like a surveyor, cataloguing assets, now held something Watson had never seen there before. Uncertainty. Not fear, not anger, not even the irritation that Mycroft sometimes displayed when the world proved less efficient than he required. This was something far more unsettling, genuine bewilderment, as if Mycroft had looked into a mirror and failed to recognize his own reflection. "Mycroft," Holmes said, rising from his chair with the fluid grace of a cat. "This is unexpected. It's Thursday. You're not due at the Diogenes until 9:30, and yet here you are at—" He glanced at the mantel clock. 18 minutes past 8. Either the club has burned down, which I think unlikely given the absence of fire engines, or something has occurred to disrupt your routine so thoroughly that you've actually climbed 3 flights of stairs. Do sit down before you expire from the exertion. Mycroft's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but an acknowledgment of his brother's attempt at levity. He moved to the 3rd chair, the one that visitors usually occupied, and lowered himself into it with the careful deliberation of a ship settling into dock. For a long moment he said nothing, simply stared at the fire as if it might contain answers to questions he hadn't yet formulated. Watson remained still, his medical training keeping his observations clinical, even as his curiosity mounted. Mycroft's hands, usually so steady, were gripping the head of his walking stick with slightly more force than necessary. His jaw was set in a way that suggested he was having an internal debate about whether to speak at all. This was not the Mycroft Holmes who swept through Baker Street, dispensing governmental mysteries like a man dealing cards. This was something else entirely. "I require," Mycroft said finally, his voice carrying its usual measured authority, but lacking the absolute certainty that usually underpinned it, "your assistance with a matter of some peculiarity." Holmes settled back into his chair, his fingers returning to their steepled position, though Watson could see the keen interest in his eyes. "How refreshing. Usually you require my assistance with matters of national importance, while pretending they're merely curious trifles. A genuine peculiarity is far more honest. Please continue." Mycroft drew in a breath, and Watson realized he was watching a man who prided himself on absolute self-control, struggling with something that defied his understanding of the world. "This evening," Mycroft began, I left the Diogenes Club at precisely 6:47 p.m., as I do every Thursday. I walked to the corner of Pall Mall and Waterloo Place, where my carriage was waiting, as it always is. I entered the carriage at 6:51 p.m. and proceeded directly here, arriving at 7:43 p.m., accounting for the usual traffic through Regent Street. He paused, his grip on the walking stick tightening infinitesimally. Except that I did not arrive at 7:43 p.m. I arrived at 7:44 p.m., 1 minute late. The fire crackled. Outside, a hansom cab rattled past, its wheels muffled by fog. Watson waited, certain there was more to come, but unable to see where this was leading. Sherlock, Mycroft continued, and Watson felt a small shock at the use of his brother's Christian name. Mycroft usually maintained formal distance, even in private conversation. I cannot account for that minute. From the moment I descended the steps of the Diogenes Club to the moment I stepped into my carriage, there is a gap in my recollection. Not a blank. I did not lose consciousness. I was not struck on the head. I experienced no dizzy spell or moment of confusion. I simply... The minute is not there. 60 seconds have vanished from my day as cleanly as if they were exercised with a surgeon's knife. Watson's medical instincts immediately catalogued possibilities. Minor stroke, temporal lobe episode, the onset of some neurological condition. But even as his mind moved through the differential diagnosis, he could see Holmes leaning forward, his entire body suddenly alert, in a way that suggested he had just heard something far more interesting than a medical mystery. "You're certain of the timeline?" Holmes asked, his voice soft but intent. "I am always certain of the timeline," Mycroft replied with a flash of his usual asperity. "I have maintained the same routine for 7 years, 3 months, and 12 days. I know, down to the second, how long it takes to walk from the club to my carriage. I know the rhythm of my own existence as precisely as you know the streets of London. And tonight, for the first time in my adult life, there is a minute I cannot account for." He leaned forward slightly, and Watson saw something in his face that was almost frightening in its intensity. Not fear for himself, but something far more complex. "If my routine can be interrupted," Mycroft said quietly, "if someone or something can create a gap in my awareness without my knowledge, then the implications for security are considerable. I am not merely Mycroft Holmes, private citizen. I am a man who carries governments. And someone, somehow, has demonstrated that they can make me lose time." The sitting room seemed to contract slightly around this revelation. Watson found himself suddenly aware of the fog outside, pressing against the windows, and wondered what might be hiding in its grey folds. But Holmes was smiling, not the triumphant smile of a man who had solved a puzzle, but the delighted expression of someone who had just been presented with a particularly elegant problem. "How perfectly delicious," Holmes murmured. "The most controlled man in London, robbed of exactly 1 minute. Not an hour, which might suggest an accident or coincidence. Not a few seconds, which could be dismissed as a pocket watch running slow. But precisely 60 seconds. Specific enough to be deliberate, small enough to be nearly undetectable. Yes, Mycroft, I see why you've climbed my stairs. This is rather good." Mycroft's expression remained grave. "I'm gratified you find it entertaining. I find it deeply concerning." "Oh, it's both," Holmes assured him cheerfully. "The best mysteries always are." Now then, before we proceed, I must ask, have you eaten anything unusual? Consumed any unfamiliar substances? Been in close proximity to anyone who might have administered a sedative or disorienting agent? I had my usual dinner at the club, the Thirsty Lamb, which has been prepared by the same cook for 6 years. I drank half a glass of claret from a bottle I watched being opened. I spoke to no one, as per club rules, and touched nothing that wasn't familiar. Watson cleared his throat gently. Mycroft, if I may, as a medical man, I should examine you. Loss of time, even brief, can indicate. I am not experiencing a medical episode, Mycroft interrupted, though not unkindly. I am in perfect health. My pulse is steady, my vision clear, my faculties unimpaired. This is not a failure of my body, Dr. Watson. This is something external, something deliberate. Holmes rose and moved to stand by the fire, his profile sharp against the amber light. Then we must approach this as we would any crime, by examining the evidence. You will, of course, remain here tonight. We'll need to conduct a thorough investigation of your person, reconstruct your movements, and perhaps, most importantly, he turned to face his brother, determine why someone would go to such elaborate lengths to steal 60 seconds from the most punctual man in England. Mycroft nodded slowly, some of the tension easing from his shoulders now that the confession had been made. I shall send word to my household that I'm detained on government business. Excellent. Watson, would you be so kind as to ring for Mrs. Hudson? If we're to have a proper investigation, we'll need tea, and possibly something stronger for Mycroft. Climbing stairs and admitting to confusion in a single evening must be terribly taxing. As Watson moved to the bell-pull, he caught Holmes's eye and saw beneath the light tone a sharp, focused intensity. His friend was already deep in thought, already constructing theories and cataloguing possibilities. And despite the strangeness of the situation, or perhaps because of it, Watson felt that familiar thrill of anticipation that came at the beginning of their investigations. Outside, London settled deeper into its foggy evening, and somewhere in its grey streets, someone who had managed to steal a minute from Mycroft Holmes was likely feeling rather pleased with themselves. They had no idea that Sherlock Holmes was now interested in getting it back. Morning arrived at Baker Street, the way it always did in November. Reluctantly, as if the sun itself required persuading to make the climb over London's rooftops. The fog that had pressed so insistently against the windows the night before had thinned, but not departed, lingering in the streets below like a guest who couldn't quite take a hint. It softened the edges of the city, turning the usual sharp cacophony of morning traffic into something more muted, almost gentle. Cartwheels rumbled past with their loads of vegetables and coal, their drivers calling out in voices that seemed to come from very far away, filtered through layers of grey gauze. Watson woke to find pale light seeping around the edges of his bedroom curtains, and the unmistakable sounds of Holmes already moving about the sitting room. He checked his pocket watch. 7:30, a perfectly reasonable hour for most of London, but practically the middle of the night, by his friend's usual standards. Holmes, left to his own devices, rarely surfaced before 10, unless a case demanded it. The fact that he was not only awake, but audibly active, suggested that Mycroft's missing minute had captured his full attention. By the time Watson had completed his morning ablutions and descended to the sitting room, he found a scene of barely controlled chaos. Holmes had transformed their comfortable space into something resembling a laboratory, crossed with a gentleman's dressing room. The breakfast table had been pushed against the wall to make room for a curious arrangement of items laid out on a white sheet that Watson recognized as one of Mrs. Hudson's better linens. She would have words about that later. Mycroft sat in the chair by the window, looking somewhat rumpled despite his best efforts, his coat and waistcoat draped over the back of another chair, his shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows, in a state of informal undress that Watson suspected the man hadn't experienced outside his own bedroom in decades. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said, without looking up from his examination of what appeared to be Mycroft's gloves. "Excellent timing. I've just finished the initial cataloguing. Come and observe. Your medical perspective may prove invaluable." Watson poured himself coffee from the pot that Mrs. Hudson had thoughtfully provided. Bless the woman, she had an uncanny ability to anticipate their needs, and moved to examine Holmes' handiwork. Laid out with almost surgical precision were the items Mycroft had been wearing the previous evening: coat, hat, gloves, walking stick, pocket watch, and various other accoutrements of a well-dressed gentleman of means. Each item had been positioned exactly, and Holmes had even gone so far as to sketch their arrangement in his notebook, complete with annotations in his sharp, angular handwriting. "The gloves first," Holmes said, holding up the right one to the morning light. "Notice anything?" Watson took the glove, feeling its weight, examining the fine leather. It was an expensive item, as one would expect from Mycroft. Soft kid leather, expertly tailored, lined with silk. "They appear to be in excellent condition," he offered. "Well maintained, recently cleaned." "Yes, yes, but feel the temperature differential between the fingers and the palm." Watson frowned, concentrating. After a moment he detected it, a subtle variation in warmth, as if some parts of the glove had been exposed to cold air, while others remained insulated. "The fingertips are slightly cooler," he said slowly. "Precisely. Now, Mycroft assures me he put these gloves on immediately upon leaving the Diogenes Club, as is his habit. The club maintains its interior temperature at a steady 68 degrees Fahrenheit. I know this because Mycroft has complained about it being 2 degrees too warm for proper contemplation approximately 47 times in my hearing. The exterior temperature last night was 42 degrees. If Mycroft walked directly from the club's entrance to his carriage, a distance he estimates at 43 paces, taking approximately 1 minute and 15 seconds, the entire glove should show uniform cooling. Holmes set down the right glove and picked up the left. But the left glove shows even more pronounced variation. The thumb and first 2 fingers are distinctly cooler than the remaining digits, suggesting they were extended, possibly gripping something, while the others remained curled, and thus more insulated. Mycroft, who had been watching this examination with the expression of a man submitting to necessary indignity, spoke for the first time. "I do not recall gripping anything. I walked from the club to my carriage with my hands at my sides, as I always do." "What you recall and what actually occurred appear to be having a disagreement," Holmes replied, though not unkindly. "The physical evidence doesn't lie, even when memory proves unreliable. Watson, your assessment of the hat, if you please." Watson picked up the silk top hat, turning it slowly in his hands. It was immaculate, as one would expect. The nap brushed to perfection, the interior sweatband clean and barely worn. But as he examined it more closely, he noticed something odd about the hat pin, the decorative pin that secured the band. It sat at a slight angle, perhaps 5 degrees off from true vertical. "The pin is crooked," he observed. "Not just crooked, recently adjusted. See the tiny indentation in the fabric here and here? That's where the pin usually sits." Mycroft is a creature of precise habit. He would no more wear a crooked hat pin than he would arrive for dinner in his nightshirt. Yet, sometime between leaving the Diogenes Club and arriving here, that pin was moved. Either Mycroft adjusted it himself during his missing minute, or someone else did, Mycroft finished, his voice carrying an edge of something Watson couldn't quite identify. Not fear, exactly, but a deep unease that seemed to sit poorly on a man so accustomed to absolute certainty. Holmes moved to the coat, running his fingers along the sleeves with the delicate precision of a man reading Braille. "Now, this is particularly interesting. Mycroft, you mentioned nothing unusual occurring at the club before you left?" "Nothing whatsoever. I sat in my usual chair, read the evening papers, consumed my dinner, and departed at my customary time. I exchanged no words with anyone. You know the club's rules regarding conversation." "Indeed. Yet here, on your right sleeve, approximately 3 inches above the cuff, we have a small smudge of chalk. Not blackboard chalk. The consistency is wrong. This is tailor's chalk, the kind used for marking alterations. And unless the Diogenes Club has taken to employing its members as seamstresses, you acquired this between leaving the club and entering your carriage." Watson leaned closer. The smudge was tiny, barely visible against the dark wool, but unmistakable once pointed out. Could it have been transferred from brushing against something? A wall, perhaps, or another person? Tailor chalk is used specifically because it's designed to stay where it's placed and brush off cleanly when no longer needed. For it to transfer to fabric in a smudge like this requires direct pressure. Someone either gripped Mycroft's arm, or he pressed against something marked with chalk while stationary. Either scenario requires more time than a casual brush past would allow. Holmes straightened, his grey eyes bright with that particular intensity that meant his mind was working through possibilities at tremendous speed. "The walking stick next. Mycroft, you're right-handed, correct?" "Obviously." "And you carry your stick in your right hand, using it more for punctuation than support. A tap here, a swing there. The affectation of a man who enjoys the theatre of being important." "I do no such thing," Mycroft protested, though Watson detected the faintest hint of colour in his cheeks that suggested the accusation had struck home. Holmes smiled and held up the stick, pointing to the ferrule, the rubber tip that protected the bottom. "The wear pattern on this ferrule is fascinating. See how it's scuffed here, at an angle that suggests repeated contact with stone or concrete at approximately 15 degrees from vertical. That's consistent with tapping the stick while walking. But here," he indicated a fresh mark, barely visible. "We have a perpendicular scrape, as if the stick was dragged or pushed directly forward rather than tapped down. Mycroft, when did you last have this ferrule replaced?" 3 weeks ago. I'm very particular about maintenance." "Then this mark was made recently?" "Last night, in fact, I would wager." "At some point during your missing minute, you used this stick not as an affectation, but as an actual support, pushing it forward as one might when steadying oneself, or when navigating an unexpected obstacle. The sitting room had grown very quiet. Outside, London continued its morning routine. Somewhere a church bell struck 8, the deep tone rolling across rooftops and through fog. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs, and a moment later she entered with a fresh pot of tea and a plate of toast that she set down with the air of a woman who had seen stranger things in this household, and elected not to comment. "Will Inspector Lestrade be joining you, gentlemen?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. Watson blinked in surprise, but Holmes merely smiled. "How perspicacious of you, Mrs. Hudson." "Yes, I took the liberty of sending him a note first thing this morning, a matter requiring his particular brand of official discretion." "I'll set another cup, then," she said, and departed with the quiet efficiency that Watson had long since learned to appreciate. Mycroft had been silent throughout the latter part of Holmes's examination, but now he shifted in his chair, a man wrestling with the implications of physical evidence that contradicted his own certainty. "You're suggesting that during this minute I cannot recall. I gripped something with my left hand, had my hat-pin adjusted, acquired chalk on my sleeve, and used my walking stick for actual support, rather than mere show." "I'm not suggesting it," Holmes replied. "The evidence is stating it quite clearly. The question is not whether these things occurred, but why you have no memory of them occurring, and more importantly, what else happened during that minute that we haven't yet discovered." Watson poured tea for all three of them, the familiar ritual providing a small anchor of normalcy in what was rapidly becoming a most peculiar morning. "Could it be a form of fugue state?" he ventured. "A brief dissociative episode where Mycroft continued to function but without conscious awareness?" "Possible," Holmes conceded, "but unlikely. Fugue states typically last much longer and involve more complex behavior. Wandering, confused speech, that sort of thing." This was precisely 60 seconds, and Mycroft arrived at his carriage on schedule, suggesting his navigation wasn't impaired. "No, Watson, I believe something or someone created a moment of such complete distraction that Mycroft's conscious mind essentially skipped over it, like a phonograph needle jumping a groove." "But what could possibly distract me so thoroughly?" Mycroft demanded, and Watson heard genuine frustration in his voice. The sound of a man whose primary tool was his mind, discovering that tool had, however briefly, failed him. Holmes was about to respond when they heard footsteps on the stairs, heavier than Mrs. Hudson's, quicker than Mycroft's from the night before. A moment later, Inspector Lestrade appeared in the doorway, his face carrying that expression of professional curiosity mixed with resignation that Watson had come to recognize as the detective's default state when summoned to Baker Street. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, then noticed Mycroft in his shirt-sleeves, and his eyebrows climbed toward his hairline. "And Mr. Mycroft Holmes. This must be interesting if it's brought you out at this hour, sir." "Inspector," Mycroft acknowledged, with as much dignity as a man could muster, while sitting in someone else's home in a state of partial undress. "My brother has suggested your assistance might prove valuable in a delicate matter." "Delicate meaning governmental, or delicate meaning embarrassing?" Lestrade asked, with the bluntness of a man who had dealt with the Holmes brothers long enough to dispense with excessive courtesy. "Both," Holmes said cheerfully. Mycroft has lost something, and we need to find it. The item in question is precisely 1 minute of time, removed from his evening with such precision that even he didn't notice it was gone until after the fact. I thought your knowledge of London streets and their denizens might help us reconstruct exactly where and how this temporal larceny occurred. Lestrade accepted the cup of tea that Watson offered him, and settled into the remaining chair with the air of a man preparing for a long morning. "Right then," he said, "someone's pinched 60 seconds from the most important civil servant in England. Can't say I've handled that particular crime before, but I suppose there's a first time for everything. Where do we start?" Holmes smiled, and Watson recognized that expression. The one that meant his friend was about to propose something simultaneously brilliant and slightly mad. "We start," Holmes said, "by going for a walk. Mycroft is going to show us exactly where he lost his minute, and we're going to find it again." Outside, the fog shifted and swirled, and somewhere in the grey morning, London held its secrets close. The fog had not lifted so much as rearranged itself by the time the four men, Holmes, Watson, Mycroft, and Lestrade, emerged from 221B Baker Street into the late morning chill. It clung to the streets in patches now, gathering in doorways and alleyways like gossip collecting in corners, while the broader thoroughfares enjoyed moments of relative clarity before the next grey wave rolled through. The air tasted of coal smoke and river damp, that particular London flavour that visitors found oppressive, but residents barely noticed, having long since incorporated it into their understanding of how air ought to taste. Mycroft had reassembled himself into his usual impeccable state, coat brushed, hat positioned at its proper angle, walking stick held with the casual authority of a man who expected the very pavement to accommodate his passage. Yet Watson, walking beside him, detected a subtle tension in his bearing, a tightness around the eyes that suggested the morning's revelations had unsettled him more deeply than he cared to admit. It was one thing to intellectually accept that something peculiar had occurred. It was quite another to have one's brother systematically dismantle one's certainty, with nothing but glove temperatures and chalk smudges. Holmes led their small procession with the purposeful stride of a man following an invisible map, though he paused occasionally to examine some detail of the streetscape. A lampost's position, the angle of a shop awning, the pattern of wear on a particular section of pavement. Lestrade brought up the rear, his police-trained eyes scanning the morning crowds with the automatic vigilance of someone who had spent decades learning to spot trouble before it announced itself. "We'll begin at the Diogenes Club," Holmes announced as they turned onto Pall Mall. "Mycroft, you will recreate your movements exactly as you performed them Thursday evening. Walk at your usual pace. Hold your stick as you usually do. Think the thoughts you usually think, insofar as that's possible. Watson, Lestrade, and I will observe from various positions. We're looking for anything that might have created a moment of distraction significant enough to make Mycroft's consciousness skip like a stone across water." The Diogenes Club sat in its usual spot on Pall Mall, looking precisely as unobtrusive as an exclusive gentleman's club for those who despised social interaction ought to look. Its facade was elegant but understated, its windows revealing nothing of the silent sanctum within. Mycroft paused at the top of the steps, his hand resting on the brass rail that generations of members had polished smooth with their passing. "Thursday evening, 6:47 p.m., he said, his voice taking on the slightly distant quality of someone narrating their own movements. "I descended these steps, 7 of them, as there have been for the past 80 years. The gas lamp here was lit, as it would have been at that hour. The weather was much as it is now, though perhaps the fog was denser. I turned left, toward Waterloo Place, walking at my customary pace." He began to walk, and the others followed, at a discreet distance. Watson found himself counting Mycroft's steps, watching the rhythm of his gait, measured, unhurried, the walk of a man who knew precisely where he was going and saw no reason to rush. Around them, Pall Mall conducted its morning business. A gentleman emerged from the Reform Club across the street, calling for his carriage. A street sweeper worked his way along the gutter, his broom making soft scratching sounds against stone. A flower seller had set up her basket on the corner, her voice rising in the traditional cry of her trade, though the fog muffled it into something almost musical. Holmes had moved ahead, positioning himself near the corner of Waterloo Place, his sharp eyes tracking Mycroft's approach. Watson saw him note the distance, the timing, his lips moving slightly as he performed some internal calculation. Lestrade had done the opposite, hanging back near the club's entrance, watching the street behind them with the thoroughness of a man who understood that crimes often had witnesses who didn't realize they'd witnessed anything. 43 paces, Mycroft announced as he reached the corner where Holmes waited. 1 minute and 15 seconds at my standard walking speed. Here my carriage would have been waiting. Jennings, my driver, parks at this exact spot every Thursday. I would have approached from this angle, Jennings would have seen me and opened the door, and I would have entered without breaking stride. "But Thursday evening?" Holmes prompted. Mycroft's brow furrowed. "Thursday evening I remember the steps. I remember beginning to walk. I remember the corner, reaching the carriage, Jennings opening the door. But between the beginning of the walk and arriving at the carriage, there's a smoothness, as if someone had taken a piece of film and removed a single frame. The story continues uninterrupted, but something is missing." Watson moved closer, his medical instincts fully engaged. "When you try to remember, do you experience any discomfort? Headache, disorientation, nausea?" "Nothing. That's what makes it so bloody peculiar. If I'd been struck on the head or dosed with something, there would be symptoms. But there's just absence, a minute that should be there and isn't." Holmes had been examining the pavement with the intensity of a man reading Sanskrit. "Lestrade," he called, "come and look at this." The inspector joined him, peering at what appeared to Watson to be perfectly ordinary paving stones. "What am I looking at, Mr. Holmes?" "The wear pattern. See how the stones here are more polished than those around them. This is a spot where people stop frequently, waiting for carriages, catching their breath, that sort of thing. But look at this mark here." He pointed to a small scrape in the stone, fresh enough that the exposed rock beneath still showed white. "That's new. Made within the last few days, I'd say. Something heavy was dragged or pushed across this spot." "A trunk, perhaps," Watson suggested. "Someone loading luggage." "Possibly. But the angle is wrong for loading. This mark moves from the street side toward the building, not the reverse, as if something was positioned here deliberately and then removed. Mycroft had gone very still, his gaze fixed on the spot Holmes indicated. "Thursday evening," he said slowly. "Just before I began my walk, I remember thinking that the street seemed unusually quiet. No traffic passing, no other pedestrians visible. I attributed it to the fog and the hour, but now that I consider it, it was too quiet. Pall Mall is never entirely empty at 7 in the evening." "Excellent observation," Holmes said, straightening. "Now we're getting somewhere. Lestrade, I need you to do what you do best. Talk to the people who occupy this street regularly. The sweepers, the flower sellers, the bootblacks, the lamplighters. Someone who was here Thursday evening around 7:15 and might have noticed something unusual." Lestrade nodded and moved off with the practiced efficiency of a man who had spent his career extracting information from reluctant witnesses. Holmes turned his attention back to the scrape in the pavement, crouching beside it with his magnifying glass, while Mycroft and Watson waited. The flower seller from the corner had noticed their interest and drifted closer, her basket balanced on her hip with the unconscious grace of long practice. She was perhaps 40, her face weathered by years of outdoor work, but her eyes sharp with the intelligence of someone who survived by understanding the rhythms of the street. "Beggin' your pardon, gents," she said, her accent pure East End, overlaid with the careful diction of someone who dealt with wealthy customers. "But I couldn't help noticing you examining that spot. Something amiss?" Holmes looked up, and Watson saw the flash of interest in his eyes. "You're here regularly, I take it?" "Every day but Sunday, sir. Been working this corner for 6 years come March. Know every stone and lamp, and regular face what passes. Thursday evening, around 7:15. Do you remember anything unusual?" The woman's face scrunched in concentration. "Thursday. That was the evening with the musician, wasn't it?" "Musician?" Mycroft's voice was sharp. "Aye, sir. Young fellow with a violin, set himself up right about where you're standing. Not one of the regulars. I know all them that work Pall Mall. This one was new, and good too. Played something soft and sad, made folks stop to listen. Even had me tear up a bit, though I'd never admit it to my Albert." Holmes was on his feet in an instant. "What time did he begin playing?" "Oh, let me think. I just rearranged my flowers for the evening trade, so it must have been about 6:30, 6:40. He played for maybe 20 minutes, then packed up sudden-like and left. Seemed odd at the time. He'd drawn quite a little crowd. Could have made good money if he'd stayed." "Describe him." "Youngish, maybe 25 or so. Dark hair needed a trim. Wore a decent coat, but old boots, the way musicians do. Had a case for his violin, brown leather, well worn. Nice face, the sort mothers worry over." Watson saw Holmes and Mycroft exchange a glance, some unspoken communication passing between the brothers. "This crowd he drew," Holmes said carefully. "Would it have blocked the pavement? Made it difficult to pass?" "Oh, aye, definitely. Folks clumped up like they do, wanting to hear better. Anyone wanting to walk through would have had to go around, out toward the street, or wait for the crowd to thin." "And the musician, did you notice which direction he went when he left?" The flower seller pointed down Pall Mall, away from Waterloo Place. "That way, walking quick-like. Had his violin case tucked under his arm and was off before the last note finished echoing, if you know what I mean." Holmes pressed a coin into her hand. Watson glimpsed the flash of silver, more than her basket of flowers would earn in a day. "You've been remarkably helpful. If you remember anything else about Thursday evening, anything at all, you'll find me at 221B. As the woman returned to her corner, Lestrade reappeared with a lamplighter in tow, a grizzled man whose face bore the permanent squint of someone who spent his life staring at flames. "Mr. Holmes, this is Bert Thompson. He works this stretch every evening. Bert, tell them what you told me." The lamplighter touched his cap respectfully. "Thursday evening, sirs. I was running late on my rounds. About 10 minutes behind, which don't happen often. I pride myself on punctuality. But there was this horse, you see, at the corner of Waterloo Place. Big bay gelding, pulling a private carriage. Placid thing normally. I've seen it dozens of times. But Thursday it showed something terrible just as I was passing." "Shied at what?" Holmes asked. "That's the peculiar bit, sir. Nothing I could see. Just suddenly reared up, nearly overturned the carriage. The driver had his hands full, getting it under control. Blocked my way for a good 5 minutes while he calmed the beast and checked the harness. By the time I got past, I was well behind schedule." "And you saw nothing that might have spooked it? No loud noise, no sudden movement?" The lamplighter scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Well, now you mention it, there was a bit of a flash, like sunlight off glass, though there wasn't no sun that evening, fog being what it was. Came from somewhere up the street, just before the horse spooked. Thought it was my imagination at the time, but it was definitely there, sharp and bright, gone in a blink." Holmes's eyes had taken on that gleam that Watson recognized as the sign of connections being made, patterns emerging from chaos. "This flash, can you indicate the approximate direction?" The lamplighter pointed toward the spot where Mycroft would have been walking. "Right about there, sir, mid-pavement, maybe a bit toward the building side." After the lamplighter had been thanked and sent on his way, Holmes stood very still, his gaze moving between the scraped pavement stone, the corner where the flower seller worked, and the spot where Mycroft's carriage would have waited. Watson could practically see the gears turning in his friend's mind, assembling the scattered observations into something coherent. "Mycroft," Holmes said finally, "I believe we're beginning to see the shape of your missing minute. Someone went to considerable trouble to create a moment of carefully orchestrated confusion on this particular stretch of pavement or the exact time you would be passing through it. A musician to draw a crowd and block the normal path. A spooked horse to create a delay and distraction. A mysterious flash of light, possibly a reflection from a mirror or piece of glass. Time to catch your attention." "But to what purpose?" Mycroft demanded. "I carry nothing of value on my person. I'm not so vain as to wear expensive jewelry. If someone wanted to rob me, there are far simpler methods." "Who said anything about robbery?" Holmes replied, his voice soft and thoughtful. "Perhaps they didn't want to take something from you, Mycroft. Perhaps they wanted to give you something. Or perhaps—" and here his expression became particularly intent. "They wanted you to pause, just for 60 seconds, in exactly this spot, while something else occurred that you were specifically positioned to not notice." The fog shifted around them, and Watson felt a small chill that had nothing to do with the November temperature. Somewhere in these grey London streets, someone had choreographed an elaborate performance for an audience of one, and they had done it with such precision that even Mycroft Holmes, the man who forgot nothing, could not recall the show. The question was why? And more pressingly, what had happened during that stolen minute that someone had worked so hard to hide? By the time they returned to Baker Street, the afternoon had begun its slow slide toward evening, and the fog, having briefly considered lifting, had decided instead to settle in for a prolonged stay. It pressed against the windows of 221B with renewed determination, turning the world beyond into a grey wash, where gaslights bloomed like pale flowers and the sounds of the street took on that peculiar muffled quality that made distances impossible to judge. Watson found something oddly comforting in it, the sense of being enclosed in a warm cocoon, while the city dissolved into mystery outside. Mrs. Hudson had laid out a late luncheon that none of them had done justice to, too absorbed in the peculiar details they'd accumulated during their expedition. Now the sitting room had been transformed once again, this time into something resembling a cartographer's studio. Holmes had pushed aside the furniture with his usual disregard for domestic order, and was working on the floor, having unrolled a large sheet of paper. Watson recognized it as the back of one of his abandoned attempts at writing a monograph on tobacco ash, and was sketching out a map of Pall Mall and Waterloo Place with quick, precise strokes. Mycroft occupied his chair by the fire, though he leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, watching his brother's work with an intensity that suggested he was simultaneously fascinated and disturbed by what they were uncovering. Lestrade had removed his coat and rolled up his sleeves, the gestures of a man settling in for serious work, and was consulting his notebook, where he'd recorded the various testimonies they'd gathered throughout the day. "Right then," Holmes said, sitting back on his heels and surveying his handiwork. "Let us reconstruct Thursday evening with mathematical precision. Watson, if you would be so kind as to light another lamp. I need better visibility for the details." Watson complied, adjusting the lamp until its light fell directly on Holmes's improvised map. The sketch was remarkably detailed, despite its speed of execution. Every building marked, every lamp-post noted, distances indicated with neat numerical annotations. Holmes had even included small symbols to represent the flower seller's position, the spot where the musician had stood, and the location where the horse had shied. "Mycroft," Holmes continued, producing a pocket watch and setting it carefully beside the map. "You left the Diogenes Club at precisely 6:47 p.m. Your normal walking speed, which I measured this morning, is approximately 3 miles per hour. Pedestrian, if you'll forgive the pun, but consistent. The distance from the club's entrance to your carriage position is 172 feet. At your pace, that journey should take exactly 1 minute and 15 seconds, which you've confirmed is your usual timing. Are we agreed thus far?" "We are," Mycroft said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of a man being presented with evidence he cannot refute, but wishes he could. "Excellent. Now let us populate your route with the elements we've discovered." Holmes began placing small objects on the map. A chess pawn, to represent the musician, a paper scrap for the flower seller, a coin for the lamplighter. The musician began playing at approximately 6:40 p.m., according to our flower seller. By 6:47, when you began your walk, he had gathered a crowd of perhaps a dozen people, blocking the normal pedestrian route along the building side of the pavement. Holmes moved a piece of string to indicate the blocked path. This forces you to deviate from your usual trajectory. Instead of walking straight along the building line, you must angle out toward the street side. Let us say this adds 3 seconds to your journey, not enough to account for the full minute, but enough to begin the disruption of your routine. 3 seconds, Mycroft murmured. I wouldn't consciously notice for 3 seconds. Precisely. The deviation is small enough to slip below the threshold of your remarkable attention. But it's there, nonetheless, recorded in the chalk smudge on your sleeve. You brushed against something on the street side that you wouldn't have touched on your normal route. Watson found himself drawn into the demonstration, kneeling beside Holmes to better see the map. What about the musician himself? Would Mycroft have stopped to listen? I never stop for street musicians, Mycroft said firmly. It encourages them. Holmes smiled. No, but you would have noticed him. And more importantly, you would have processed him, categorized him, analyzed him, stored him away in that comprehensive filing system you call a memory. That processing takes cognitive resources. Not many, but some. Let's call it another 2 seconds of mental attention, even if your feet never stopped moving. He adjusted the positions of his makeshift markers. So now we're at 5 seconds of disruption. We need to account for 55 more. Lestrade, your thoughts on the horse? The inspector had been studying the map with the concentration of a man trying to visualize a crime scene. The horse spooked at approximately 6:48, according to Bert Thompson. That's about 1 minute after Mr. Mycroft Holmes started walking. The commotion, rearing horse, driver shouting, carriage wheels scraping, would have drawn attention from everyone in the vicinity, including Mycroft, who, despite his protestations of being above such mundane distractions, would have automatically assessed whether the situation posed any danger to his person or his route. Am I correct? Mycroft's silence was answer enough. Holmes stood and began to pace, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice taking on that particular rhythm that meant he was thinking aloud, working through possibilities as he spoke. So we have a musician creating a crowd that forces a route deviation, and approximately 1 minute later, a horse creating a disturbance that commands attention. Both events are unusual, but not impossible. Street musicians are common enough, and horses spook. But the timing, gentlemen, the precise timing, is what transforms coincidence into choreography. He stopped at the window, staring out into the fog, as if he could see through it to the events of Thursday evening. Someone studied Mycroft's routine. They knew he left the club at 6:47 every Thursday. They knew his walking speed, his route, his habits. And they arranged these distractions with the precision of a musical score, each element timed to layer upon the previous one, creating a cumulative effect that would steal 60 seconds without Mycroft ever realizing they were being stolen. But we still haven't accounted for the full minute, Watson pointed out. The route deviation and the horse might explain 15, perhaps 20 seconds of distraction. Where are the other 40? Holmes turned back to them, and in the lamplight his face carried that expression of fierce concentration that Watson had learned meant he was on the verge of something significant. The flash of light, he said quietly. The lamplighter mentioned a flash like sunlight on glass, occurring just before the horse spooked. That flash wasn't random. It was directed, aimed, probably from a small mirror or piece of polished metal, catching the gaslight and reflecting it directly into Mycroft's eyes. He returned to the map and knelt beside it once more. Close your eyes for a moment, Watson. Now imagine a bright flash of light directly in your face. What happens? Watson obliged, then understood. You blink. Look away. Your eyes water slightly. You pause until your vision clears. And how long does that take? 10 to 15 seconds, depending on the intensity of the light. Precisely. And during those 10 to 15 seconds, while you're blinking away the after image and waiting for your vision to normalize, what happens to your awareness of time passing? Mycroft had gone very still, his eyes distant with the effort of trying to remember what he couldn't remember. It blurs, he said slowly. The moment of disorientation extends itself. What might be 10 seconds feels like less or more. Time becomes elastic. Yes! Holmes's voice carried triumph. And there we have it. The musician forces a route deviation, 5 seconds. The subsequent processing of an unexpected element in a routine journey, another 5 seconds. The horse creates a loud distraction requiring threat assessment, 10 seconds. And the flash of light creates a moment of genuine disorientation, during which the subjective experience of time becomes unreliable. 15 to 20 seconds. Add them together, and we have our missing minute. He sat back, his grey eyes bright with the pleasure of a puzzle yielding its secrets. But it's not truly missing, you see. Every second is accounted for. It's simply that each second was filled with something that commanded attention, leaving no cognitive space for the formation of clear sequential memory. Your brain was too busy processing immediate sensory input to properly encode the experience as memory. The minute happened, Mycroft. You lived it. You simply can't recall it, because your attention was systematically fragmented across multiple concurrent demands. The sitting room had grown very quiet. Outside, a clock somewhere struck 5, the sound muffled by fog into something almost dreamlike. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard in the hallway below, her voice raised in gentle remonstration to the baker's boy who had apparently delivered the wrong loaf again. "That's brilliant," Lestrade said finally, his tone carrying genuine admiration. "Diabolical, but brilliant. Whoever planned this understood human attention and memory better than most doctors do." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "Which brings us to the rather more pressing question. Why? Why go to such elaborate lengths to steal 60 seconds from Mycroft Holmes? What could possibly be accomplished in a minute that required such precision, such careful planning?" Watson's medical training provided an answer, though he hesitated to voice it. During a minute of fragmented attention, when someone's cognitive resources are overwhelmed, they wouldn't notice if something small was added or removed from their person. Ah, Watson, you've hit it precisely. The chalk on Mycroft's sleeve, that's physical contact. Brief, perhaps just a brush past in the confusion, but definite contact. Someone got close enough to touch Mycroft during his missing minute, and he never knew it happened. Mycroft's hand moved instinctively to his coat, patting the various pockets with the systematic thoroughness of a man conducting inventory. "I checked last night when I arrived here. Nothing missing. Wallet, watch, keys, pocket square, all present and accounted for." What about things that might have been added? Holmes asked softly. The question hung in the air like the fog outside, dense, obscuring, full of possibility. Mycroft's face had gone very still, and Watson realized, with a small jolt, that they were watching a man who dealt in state secrets confront the possibility that someone had accessed his person without his knowledge or consent. Mycroft removed his coat and laid it across his lap, beginning a methodical examination of every pocket, every lining, every seam. Holmes and Watson watched in silence, Lestrade hovering nearby with the slightly awkward air of a man unsure whether to intervene or observe. The sitting room's warmth pressed close around them, the fire crackling softly, while outside the city continued its evening routines in the concealing embrace of fog. It was in the inner breast pocket, the one positioned over the heart, the one that gentlemen used for important correspondence or valuable documents, that Mycroft's fingers paused. Watson saw his expression change, shifting from methodical concentration to something more complex. Surprise, certainly, but also a flicker of something that might have been respect. "Sherlock," Mycroft said quietly, withdrawing a small envelope from the pocket. "I did not place this here." The envelope was unremarkable, good quality paper, cream-coloured, sealed with plain wax that bore no crest or identifying mark. Mycroft's name was written on the front in a neat, educated hand that somehow managed to convey both deference and desperation in the careful formation of its letters. Holmes took the envelope, turning it over in his long fingers, holding it up to the light, even sniffing it delicately, a habit that Watson had long since ceased to find peculiar. Posted nowhere. Hand-delivered, obviously. The paper is standard commercial stock, available at any stationer's. The ink is common enough. The wax... He paused, examining it more closely. Government issue. The type used in various ministries for internal correspondence, not the high-quality stuff used for official documents, but the everyday variety used by clerks for interdepartmental notes. "Open it," Lestrade urged. "Could be important." "Could be dangerous," Watson countered, his mind running through the various poisons that could be applied to paper, the mechanisms that could be hidden in seemingly innocent envelopes. But Mycroft had already broken the seal with the decisive gesture of a man who had made his calculation and accepted the risk. He withdrew a single sheet of paper, unfolded it, and read in silence. Watson watched emotions flicker across that usually impassive face. Confusion, then comprehension, then something that might have been anger, or might have been admiration. It was difficult to tell with Mycroft. After a long moment, he looked up, meeting his brother's eyes. "It's a request for help," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "From someone who describes themselves as a clerk in the Foreign Office. Someone who has witnessed irregularities in certain accounts, discrepancies in certain reports. Someone who is frightened and has no idea whom to trust within official channels." "And so they stole a minute from you to slip you a note?" Lestrade said, disbelief evident in his tone. "Seems a bit elaborate." "Not if you understand the magnitude of risk they're taking," Mycroft replied, his eyes still on the letter. "Coming to my office would be noticed. Sending official correspondence would be recorded. Approaching me in public would be remembered. But creating a moment of such perfect confusion that I wouldn't consciously register the transfer." He looked at Holmes. That required someone with considerable understanding of human psychology, access to resources, and the courage to execute an extraordinarily audacious plan. Holmes was smiling now, that particular smile that meant he had encountered something worthy of his attention. Whoever did this robbed the most controlled man in London of precisely 1 minute. No more, no less. They turned Pall Mall into a stage, casting street musicians and horses and lamplighters as unwitting actors in their production. They calculated angles and timing with mathematical precision. And they did it all to deliver a message they couldn't risk delivering any other way. He crossed to the window again, looking out into the fog-bound evening. I think, Mycroft, that someone is either very frightened or very clever, possibly both. The question is, are you going to help them? The letter lay on the table between them, an innocent rectangle of cream-coloured paper that had somehow become the focal point of the entire sitting room. The fire had burned down to embers that glowed with a deep, pulsing warmth, and Mrs. Hudson had long since brought their evening tea, a pot that sat cooling, and largely untouched, while the 4 men contemplated what they had uncovered. Outside, the fog had thickened into something almost solid, pressing against the windows with such insistence that Watson half expected it to seep through the glass itself. The gaslights along Baker Street had become nothing more than dim, diffuse halos suspended in grey nothingness, and the usual evening sounds of the city, the rattle of carriages, the calls of street vendors, the distant laughter from the public house on the corner, had been reduced to whispers and suggestions. Mycroft had read the letter aloud once, his voice steady, but his eyes betraying a complexity of emotion that Watson found fascinating to observe. The text was brief, almost painfully so, as if the writer had agonized over every word, weighing its necessity against the risk of additional exposure. Mr. Holmes, I write to you because I have nowhere else to turn. I am a clerk in the Foreign Office, Department of Commercial Treaties, and I have observed irregularities that I believe constitute a serious breach of trust. Funds intended for infrastructure development in our African territories have been redirected. Reports have been altered to conceal these diversions. I have copies of the original documents, secured at considerable personal risk. I cannot approach you through official channels. The individuals involved hold positions of significant authority, and I have reason to believe that my concerns, if raised formally, would result in my immediate dismissal, or worse. I have no proof of conspiracy, only documentation of discrepancies that others might explain away as clerical errors. I do not ask for your intervention on my behalf. I ask only that you review the evidence I can provide and determine whether the matter warrants further investigation by those with the power to act. If you are willing to consider my case, place a notice in the Times personal column reading Diogenes seeks further correspondence. I will know how to proceed from there. I apologize for the unorthodox method of delivery. I hope you can forgive the liberty I have taken with your person and your time. I assure you it was done out of desperation, not disrespect. Your servant, a concerned subject. The signature was deliberately vague, offering no identifying information beyond a general expression of loyalty and anxiety. Watson had studied handwriting enough, courtesy of Holmes's periodic monologues on the subject, to observe that the script was educated, but not aristocratic, practiced, but showing signs of stress in the slightly uneven pressure of certain letters. The writer had been nervous, perhaps frightened, but had maintained sufficient control to produce a legible and grammatically correct appeal. "Well," Lestrade said, breaking the silence that had followed Mycroft's reading, "I'll give them points for creativity. Can't say I've ever heard of someone staging an entire street theatre production just to pass a note." "It's more than creativity," Holmes murmured, his eyes never leaving the letter. "It's sophisticated. Consider what this person accomplished. They studied Mycroft's routine thoroughly enough to know not just when he left the Diogenes Club, but his exact walking speed, his usual path, his likely responses to various stimuli. They recruited or manipulated multiple parties. The musician, somehow ensuring the horse would spook at precisely the right moment, positioned themselves to execute the transfer during the engineered confusion. And they did all of this while maintaining complete anonymity." Watson reached for the teapot, more for something to do with his hands than from any real desire for tea. Could it have been the musician? The flower seller said he was young, educated-looking. A Foreign Office clerk would fit that description. "Possible," Holmes conceded, accepting a cup from Watson with an absent nod of thanks, "though I suspect the musician was either hired for the purpose or was a confederate rather than our correspondent himself. The timing was too precise. Someone needed to be watching Mycroft's emergence from the club, tracking his progress, coordinating the various elements. That requires a position with good sightlines and freedom of movement." "The flower seller?" Lestrade suggested. "Also unlikely. She was genuinely puzzled by our questions, and her surprise at the musician's sudden departure seemed authentic. No, I think our clerk positioned themselves somewhere with a clear view of the entire operation, perhaps in one of the buildings overlooking Pall Mall, or in a hired carriage that could appear to be merely waiting. They watched, they signalled. Perhaps that flash of light served a dual purpose, both to disorient Mycroft and to cue the musician to finish. And then they descended to execute the transfer during the moment of maximum confusion. Mycroft had been silent throughout this analysis, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in an unconscious echo of his brother's habitual posture. Now he stirred, reaching for his own cup of tea with the careful movements of a man deep in thought. The question of methodology is fascinating, I grant you, but the more pressing question is one of content. Is this person's concern legitimate, or have I been manipulated into receiving false intelligence designed to embarrass the government or myself? "You think it might be a trap?" Watson asked, though even as he spoke, something about the letter's tone suggested otherwise. There was a quality of genuine desperation in the writing, a vulnerability that would be difficult to fake convincingly. "I think," Mycroft said carefully, "that I am in a position where I must consider all possibilities. My role, while unofficial, carries considerable influence. If someone wished to discredit me, to damage my effectiveness, feeding me false information that I then acted upon would be an elegant method of achieving that goal." Holmes rose and began to pace, his movements restless, his mind clearly working through the problem from multiple angles. The sitting room seemed to contract around his motion, the shadows cast by lamplight shifting and reforming as he moved between them. Let us consider what we know about the writer based on the letter itself. Watson, your medical expertise What does the handwriting tell you about their state of mind? Watson took the letter, angling it toward the light, to better study the script. The hand is generally steady, suggesting someone accustomed to writing, probably in a professional capacity. But there are microtremors visible in certain downstrokes, here and here, indicating stress or anxiety. The pressure is inconsistent, heavier at the beginning of sentences and lighter toward the end, which suggests fatigue or possibly the writer pausing frequently to consider their words. Excellent. Lestrade, from a police perspective, what strikes you about the content? The inspector leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming thoughtfully against the armrest. The language is careful, almost too careful, like they're trying very hard not to make accusations they can't support. I believe. I have observed. I have reason to believe. It's all hedged. That could be the caution of a genuine witness who understands the seriousness of false accusations. Or it could be someone building in deniability if the claims are investigated and found wanting. Both excellent observations, Holmes said, stopping his pacing to face them. Now add this. The writer specifically mentions having copies of original documents. That's a concrete claim that can be verified or disproven. If this were a fabrication designed to mislead Mycroft, they would be unlikely to promise physical evidence that doesn't exist. The moment Mycroft requested those documents and they failed to materialize, the scheme would collapse. Unless, Mycroft interjected, the documents are themselves forgeries designed to appear authentic enough to prompt premature action on my part. True, Holmes conceded, but that would require a level of expertise in governmental documentation and accounting that narrows our suspect pool considerably. Creating convincing forgeries of Foreign Office records isn't something one accomplishes with a steady hand and good penmanship. It requires insider knowledge of formats, procedures, signatures, seals, at which point we must ask ourselves, if someone has that level of access and expertise, why go to such elaborate lengths to deliver false information? They could simply continue their hypothetical conspiracy undetected. Watson found himself following Holmes's logic, seeing the shape of the argument take form. You're suggesting that the very elaborateness of the delivery method evening required resources, coordination, and an understanding of human behavior. That's not the profile of a typical junior clerk worried about irregularities in accounts. Holmes turned to regard him with interest. Go on. I'm suggesting that perhaps our correspondent has more significant reasons for concern than simple financial discrepancies. The elaborate precautions, the absolute insistence on anonymity, the fear of raising concerns through official channels. This feels like someone who has stumbled onto something considerably more serious than misallocated funds. Someone who believes that speaking openly would result in more than mere dismissal. You're suggesting they fee for their life, Mycroft said. Not quite a question. I'm suggesting that we should proceed as if that's a possibility. If this person has evidence of genuine corruption at high levels, if they've documented it and preserved copies as they claim, then they've made themselves a target. The elaborate delivery of this letter wasn't just about anonymity, it was about survival. The room fell quiet again, but it was a different quality of silence now, heavier, more charged with possibility and danger. Outside, the fog pressed closer still, and London settled into its night rhythms, unaware that somewhere in its vast sprawl, a frightened clerk was waiting to see if their desperate gamble had succeeded. Holmes moved to his desk and began drafting the notice for the Times, his pen scratching steadily across paper. "Diogenes seeks further correspondence," he murmured as he wrote. "Simple, as requested. Innocuous to any casual reader. But to our clerk it will be everything. Confirmation that the message was received, that someone is willing to listen, that they haven't risked everything for nothing." "When will you place it?" Lestrade asked. "Tomorrow's edition. It will appear the day after tomorrow. Our clerk will see it. They'll be watching for it, probably checking the personal columns multiple times daily. And then we wait for their response and prepare for a meeting that may prove either remarkably enlightening or catastrophically foolish." Mycroft rose, collecting his coat with movements that suggested the weight of decision had been lifted, replaced by the familiar comfort of action. "I should return home. My staff will be wondering about my absence, and I have preparations to make. If this person has documentation of the scope they suggest, reviewing it properly will require time and resources. Argues for the legitimacy of the concern. I'm suggesting that the risk-to-reward ratio only makes sense if the writer is genuine. Consider. They have revealed themselves, not by name, but by demonstrating capabilities that could be traced with sufficient investigation. The street musician, the precise timing, the knowledge of Mycroft's routine. These are all threads that, if pulled, might unravel their anonymity. Would someone manufacturing a deception expose themselves to that degree of investigative scrutiny? Mycroft was regarding his brother with an expression that contained equal parts admiration and exasperation. "You're arguing that I should help this person because their method of approach was so audacious that it must be genuine. I'm arguing that audacity paired with precision suggests desperation born of genuine concern rather than elaborate deception. But ultimately, the decision is yours. You're the one who was robbed of a minute. You're the one who must decide whether that minute was well stolen or ill-used." The fire shifted in the grate, a log settling with a soft whisper of disintegrating wood. Watson rose to add more coal, the simple domestic task providing a moment of respite from the intensity of the conversation. As he worked the poker among the embers, coaxing them back to life, he found himself thinking about the unknown clerk. Imagining the fear that would drive someone to such an elaborate scheme, the courage required to execute it, the agonizing wait to see if it had succeeded. "I've spent my career," Mycroft said quietly, "evaluating risks and making decisions based on incomplete information. It's the nature of intelligence work. You never have all the facts. You can never be entirely certain. You develop instincts. You learn to read patterns. You make your best judgment and live with the consequences." He picked up the letter again, studying it as if it might reveal secrets beyond its written words. "My instinct tells me this person is frightened, but sincere. The language is too careful, too precise in its limitations and qualifications. Someone manufacturing a deception would make broader claims, would appeal more obviously to my sense of duty or patriotism. This reads like someone who is agonized over every word, who is painfully aware of the risks they're taking, and wants to be scrupulously honest because they have no other currency to trade in." "So you'll help them?" Watson asked, returning to his chair, with the satisfaction of seeing the fire catch and begin to grow. "I'll investigate their claims," Mycroft corrected. "There's a distinction. Helping implies I've already accepted the validity of their concerns. Investigation means I will review whatever evidence they can provide with the same skepticism I would apply to any intelligence that crosses my desk. If their documents support their claims, I will act. If they don't, I will determine whether this was an honest mistake or a deliberate deception and respond accordingly." Lestrade shifted in his chair, his policeman's instincts clearly engaged. "You'll need protection. If there's a genuine conspiracy within the Foreign Office, and if these people are as dangerous as our clerk suggests, then meeting with an anonymous informant carries considerable risk." "Which is why," Holmes said, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction, "we're going to arrange the meeting on our terms, not theirs. Mycroft places his notice in the Times as requested. But when our clerk responds with instructions for a meeting, we don't simply comply. We suggest an alternative location, somewhere public enough to discourage violence, but private enough for confidential conversation. Somewhere we can observe approaches, control access, and ensure that our clerk is who they claim to be." "And you, I suppose, will insist on being present?" Mycroft's tone was dry, but Watson detected an undercurrent of something that might have been relief, or even affection. "Naturally. Watson as well, I should think. His medical expertise might prove useful, and having witnesses who are not officially connected to the government provides a degree of deniability if things go badly. Lestrade, can we count on your unofficial presence?" The inspector nodded slowly. "Unofficially, yes, if this is what it appears to be, a genuine attempt to expose corruption. Then I'd like to see it through. And if it's not—" He left the threat unfinished, but his expression suggested that false reports to Mycroft Holmes would not be treated lightly by Scotland Yard. Watson watched the three men, the great detective, the influential government official, the practical police inspector, and felt a surge of that old familiar excitement that came at the beginning of their investigations. But this time there was something different, something more complex than the usual intellectual puzzle. This wasn't about a stolen jewel or a murdered aristocrat. This was about an ordinary person, a clerk whose name they didn't even know, who had risked everything on an audacious gamble, that the powerful might listen to the powerless. "There's something else we should consider," Watson ventured, his voice cutting through the contemplative silence. "This person, this clerk, clearly has some education, some training in planning and execution. The orchestration of Thursday evening required resources, coordination, and an understanding of human behavior. That's not the profile of a typical junior clerk worried about irregularities in accounts." Holmes turned to regard him with interest. "Go on." "I'm suggesting that perhaps our correspondent has more significant reasons for concern than simple financial discrepancies. The elaborate precautions, the absolute insistence on anonymity, the fear of raising concerns through official channels. This feels like someone who has stumbled onto something considerably more serious than misallocated funds. Someone who believes that speaking openly would result in more than mere dismissal." "You're suggesting they fear for their life," Mycroft said. "Not quite a question. I'm suggesting that we should proceed as if that's a possibility." If this person has evidence of genuine corruption at high levels, if they've documented it and preserved copies, as they claim, then they've made themselves a target. The elaborate delivery of this letter wasn't just about anonymity. It was about survival. The room fell quiet again, but it was a different quality of silence now, heavier, more charged with possibility and danger. Outside, the fog pressed closer still, and London settled into its night rhythms, unaware that somewhere in its vast sprawl, a frightened clerk was waiting to see if their desperate gamble had succeeded. Holmes moved to his desk and began drafting the notice for the Times, his pen scratching steadily across paper. "Diogenes seeks further correspondence," he murmured as he wrote. "Simple, as requested, innocuous to any casual reader. But to our clerk, it will be everything. Confirmation that the message was received, that someone is willing to listen, that they haven't risked everything for nothing." "When will you place it?" Lestrade asked. "Tomorrow's edition. It will appear the day after tomorrow. Our clerk will see it. They'll be watching for it, probably checking the personal columns multiple times daily. And then we wait for their response and prepare for a meeting that may prove either remarkably enlightening or catastrophically foolish." Mycroft rose, collecting his coat with movements that suggested the weight of decision had been lifted, replaced by the familiar comfort of action. "I should return home. My staff will be wondering about my absence, and I have preparations to make. If this person has documentation of the scope they suggest, reviewing it properly will require time and resources." "Before you go," Holmes said, not looking up from his writing, "I want you to consider something. Whoever stole your minute did so with extraordinary precision and planning. They demonstrated capabilities that suggest either professional training or remarkable natural aptitude. When we meet this person, we may find ourselves face to face with someone far more complex than a simple, frightened clerk." "You think there's more to this than appears," Mycroft said, though it wasn't really a question. "I think," Holmes replied, finally setting down his pen and turning to face them all, "that anyone capable of robbing you of 60 seconds without your knowledge is someone we should approach with considerable respect and no small amount of caution. They've already proven they can manipulate reality itself, if only for a minute. The question is what else they might be capable of, and whether their true agenda aligns with the apparent one." Watson felt a small chill that had nothing to do with the dying fire. Holmes was right, of course. They were preparing to meet someone who had demonstrated remarkable abilities while remaining completely unknown. It was thrilling and unsettling in equal measure. As Mycroft departed into the fog-bound night, his footsteps fading on the stairs, Holmes returned to the window, his silhouette dark against the grey beyond. "They're out there somewhere," he said softly, perhaps to Watson, perhaps to himself. "Watching the papers, waiting for our response, wondering if they've made a terrible mistake or taken the first step toward justice. I find myself hoping it's the latter. The world has enough ordinary corruption. It could use a few more extraordinary attempts at exposing it." Watson joined him at the window, staring out into the impenetrable fog. Somewhere in that grey vastness, London carried on, its millions of souls going about their business, most of them unaware that in a modest sitting-room in Baker Street, powerful men had decided to listen to a voice that had no business being heard. "Do you think they'll come?" Watson asked. "Oh yes," Holmes replied with certainty. "They've gone too far to turn back now. They've stolen a minute from the most controlled man in England and lived to tell the tale. They'll see this through to whatever end awaits. The fog shifted and swirled, keeping its secrets, and the night settled deeper over London like a blanket pulled up against the cold. The notice appeared in Thursday's Times, tucked among the usual assortment of personal advertisements that comprised a peculiar cross-section of London life. Discreet inquiries about lost pets, cryptic messages between lovers, business propositions phrased in careful euphemism, and the occasional genuine mystery that made Watson wonder about the stories behind the abbreviated words. Diogenes seeks further correspondence sat between an advertisement for a governess position and a notice about a reward for a missing terrier, utterly unremarkable to any eye that wasn't specifically searching for it. Holmes had acquired 3 copies of the paper that morning, spreading them across the breakfast table, with the satisfaction of a man who had set a carefully baited trap, and was now waiting to see what emerged. Mrs. Hudson had expressed her opinion of newspapers at breakfast with a pointed silence and an extra-loud placement of the marmalade pot. But she had long since learned that her lodger's peculiarities were beyond reformation, and settled for maintaining a dignified disapproval. "Now we wait," Holmes announced, folding one copy to the personal column and setting it aside. "Our clerk will see this today. Probably has already seen it, if they're as anxious as I suspect. The question is how quickly they'll respond and what method they'll choose." Watson, working his way through eggs and toast with the steady application of a man who had learned to eat when opportunity presented itself, considered the matter. "Do you think they'll use the Post? Another personal advertisement?" "Unlikely. The Post creates records, and records can be traced. Personal advertisements are too public. Anyone might see them, including whoever our clerk is hiding from. No, I expect something more direct, but equally untraceable. A message delivered by hand, probably by someone hired for the purpose who knows nothing of its contents or sender." "A street urchin," Watson suggested. "That's the usual method in sensation novels." "Life, my dear Watson, frequently lacks the imagination of sensational novels. But yes, a street urchin is one possibility. Or a cabbie, a flower seller, a newspaper boy, anyone who moves through London invisibly, part of the great mass of working people whom the upper classes barely register as individuals." The prediction proved accurate, though the timing surprised them both. The response came not that afternoon, as they'd expected, but within 3 hours of the newspaper's appearance. Watson was in his room, attempting to catch up on correspondence that had been neglected during the excitement of the missing minute, when he heard voices from below. Holmes' measured tones, and a higher, younger voice that carried the particular accent of London's East End filtered through years of attempted refinement. By the time Watson descended to the sitting-room, a boy of perhaps 14 stood near the door, cap in hand, looking simultaneously proud of his mission and intimidated by his surroundings. He was thin, in the way of children who had never quite had enough to eat, but whose natural energy compensated for lack of substance, dressed in clothes that had been mended multiple times, but were scrupulously clean. His face held that peculiar mixture of worldliness and innocence that came from growing up in London's streets, old enough to understand how the city worked, young enough to still be surprised by kindness. "This is Timothy," Holmes said, and Watson detected approval in his tone. "Timothy has a message for us, delivered by a person he describes as a toff, what looked worried. Timothy, this is Dr. Watson. You may speak freely in front of him." The boy shifted his weight, clearly rehearsing what he'd been told to say. "The gentleman gave me 6pence to deliver this envelope to 221B Baker Street, to be given only to Mr. Sherlock Holmes or Dr. Watson personally, not left with the landlady. Said I was to wait for a reply if you wanted to send one, and there'd be another 6pence if I did my job properly." He held out an envelope, different from the one that had been placed in Mycroft's pocket, but of similar quality paper. Holmes took it with careful fingers, examining it with that thoroughness that Watson had learned meant every detail was being catalogued and assessed. "This gentleman," Holmes said, not yet opening the envelope. "Describe him for me, if you would. Take your time, every detail you can remember." Timothy's face scrunched in concentration, and Watson found himself impressed by the boy's evident desire to be accurate. "Tallish, sir. Not as tall as you, but taller than most. Thin, like he forgets to eat when he's working. Spectacles, wire ones, not fancy. Dark hair, needed cutting. The clothes were good quality, but not new. A gentleman's clothes, but worn comfortably, if you understand me. Had ink on his fingers, like he writes a lot. Spoke educated, but not posh. More like a schoolteacher than a lord. Age? 30, maybe. Hard to say with toffs. They all look the same age to me until they go grey. And his manner? Was he nervous, angry, frightened? Nervous, definitely. Kept looking around, like he expected someone to be watching. His hands shook a bit when he gave me the envelope, but he looked me straight in the eye when he told me the instructions, and his voice was steady. Whatever's got him worried, he's not letting it stop him from doing what needs doing." Holmes smiled and produced a shilling from his waistcoat pocket. "Excellent observation, Timothy. That's worth more than 6pence, I think. Now, I do have a reply, but it will take me a few moments to compose it. Mrs. Hudson will give you tea and something to eat while you wait. Watson, a word." The boy's eyes had widened at the sight of the shilling, probably more than he usually earned in several days, and he accepted Mrs. Hudson's invitation to the kitchen with the alacrity of someone whose previous meal was a distant memory. Once they were alone, Holmes opened the envelope with his penknife, extracting a single sheet covered in the same neat handwriting they'd seen before. "Mr. Holmes, I am grateful beyond words for your response. I understand that you have no reason to trust me, and that my methods have been unorthodox. I am prepared to provide the documentation I mentioned, along with such explanations as may be necessary to understand its significance. I propose we meet Saturday evening at 7 o'clock at the British Museum reading room. The museum stays open late on Saturdays, and the reading room provides both privacy and a degree of security. No one can approach without being observed, and the presence of other scholars and readers discourages violence or confrontation. I have a regular reader's ticket, and will not appear suspicious there. I will be seated at Table K in the southeast quadrant, reading a copy of Bradshaw's Railway Guide. I will have a green leather document case with brass corners. If you are satisfied that I have come alone and mean no harm, approach and ask if the train to Southampton runs on schedule. I will respond that it is often delayed on Saturdays. if you have any concerns about this arrangement, or if you wish to suggest an alternative location, please send your instructions with the messenger who delivered this note. I will comply with whatever conditions you require. I remain your servant in this matter, and I pray that I have not misplaced my trust. A concerned subject. Holmes read it through twice before handing it to Watson, who found himself appreciating the writer's continued careful precision. The choice of location showed tactical thinking. The British Museum reading room was indeed public enough to discourage violence, while private enough for confidential conversation. The system of recognition signals suggested someone who had read their share of espionage novels, but had the good sense to keep it simple. "What do you think?" Watson asked. "I think our clerk missed their call. They should be working for military intelligence rather than tallying commercial treaties. This is quite well planned." Holmes moved to his desk and began composing a reply. "But we're going to make some modifications to the arrangement. The reading room is an excellent choice, but I want confirmation of identity before we commit to close quarters. We'll arrive early, observe from a distance, ensure they've come alone as promised. You still suspect a trap. I suspect everything until proven otherwise. But I'm increasingly convinced that if this is a trap, it's not one designed to harm us physically. The elaborate precautions, the public venue, the careful language, these speak to someone who fears exposure far more than they fear violence. No, Watson, I think our clerk is exactly what they claim to be. A frightened government employee who has stumbled onto something they weren't meant to see and is desperately hoping that someone with power will take them seriously." He finished his note. Watson glimpsed instructions about early arrival and observation protocols, and sealed it in a fresh envelope. "I'll write to Mycroft as well. He'll want to be present, though I'll suggest he position himself at a different table, apparently absorbed in his own research. Lestrade should be there too, perhaps lingering in one of the galleries. If our clerk truly has evidence of corruption, having a police presence available could prove valuable." Timothy was summoned back from the kitchen, looking considerably more satisfied with life, and bearing a biscuit that Mrs. Hudson had clearly pressed upon him despite his protests that he'd already eaten. Holmes handed him the sealed reply along with another shilling. Watson noticed this one had appeared from Holmes's other pocket, suggesting the first shilling had been a test of the boy's honesty, which he'd apparently passed. "This goes back to the same gentleman if he's still waiting where you left him. If not, you're to ask at—" Holmes paused, and Watson saw him make a quick calculation at the tobacconist's shop on the corner of Southampton Row and Great Russell Street. "Leave word there that you have a reply for the gentleman who asked about train schedules. Can you remember that? Tobacconist, Southampton Row and Great Russell Street. Gentleman who asked about trains," Timothy repeated, with the confidence of a boy who had memorized far more complex instructions in the service of London's commerce. "I'll see it done properly, Mr. Holmes, sir, and thank you for the shillings. My mum's going to think I've turned to crime when I come home with this much money." "Tell your mother," Holmes said with a slight smile, "that you've earned it honestly by having good eyes and a better memory. Now off with you. The sooner our clerk has his reply, the sooner we can proceed with this curious business." After the boy departed, the sitting room settled into the particular quality of waiting that Watson had learned to recognize as the prelude to action. Holmes busied himself with writing to Mycroft and Lestrade, his pen moving quickly across paper, while his mind was clearly already several steps ahead, planning approaches and contingencies. Watson attempted to return to his correspondence, but found his attention wandering, drawn instead to the prospect of Saturday evening and the revelation of the person who had so audaciously stolen a minute from Mycroft Holmes. The intervening day and a half passed with a peculiar mixture of mundane routine and mounting anticipation. Holmes spent Friday morning in his chemical corner, conducting experiments that filled the sitting room with acrid smoke, and prompted Mrs. Hudson to open all the windows despite the November chill. Friday afternoon brought a visit from Lestrade, who reviewed the plans for Saturday evening with the thoroughness of a man who had learned never to underestimate the capacity of simple situations to become complicated. "I'll position myself in the Assyrian gallery," Lestrade said, studying the rough sketch Holmes had made of the museum's layout. Good sight lines to the reading room entrance, easy access if needed. I'll have 2 constables in plain clothes outside, one watching the front entrance on Great Russell Street, the other at the Montague Street exit. Anyone following your clerk or showing unusual interest in their movements will know about it. Excellent. Mycroft will be inside the reading room itself, at table M if he can secure it. Far enough away not to alarm our clerk, close enough to observe and intervene if necessary. Watson and I will arrive at 6:15, giving us time to establish ourselves before our appointment. We'll watch how our clerk enters, whether they're alone, whether they show signs of surveillance or coercion. Watson had been listening to these arrangements with growing appreciation for the complexity of what should have been a simple meeting. "Do we really expect trouble? The letter seemed genuine enough." "The letter was genuine," Holmes replied. "I'm certain of that. But genuinely frightened people sometimes make desperate decisions. They might be followed without knowing it. They might have been coerced into leading us into a trap while believing themselves to be acting freely. Or they might simply panic at the last moment and do something unpredictable. We prepare for possibilities, Watson, not certainties." Saturday arrived with weather that seemed determined to match the mood of their enterprise, grey and cold, with a persistent drizzle that made the streets slick and turned London into a study in shades of slate and charcoal. Watson dressed with care, choosing clothing that would allow him to blend into the scholarly atmosphere of the museum, while still providing freedom of movement should circumstances require it. His service revolver rested in its usual pocket, a weight he had long since learned to carry without conscious thought. They arrived at the British Museum at precisely 6:15, entering through the great columned portico that always made Watson think of ancient Greece transplanted into the heart of Victorian London. The museum was moderately busy. Saturday evenings drew a particular crowd of working people who had no opportunity to visit during the week, students preparing for examinations, and scholars who found the reading room's atmosphere more conducive to concentration than their own homes or offices. The reading room itself was a marvel that never failed to impress Watson. A vast circular space crowned by a dome that soared overhead like a benevolent sky, ringed by shelves that held more knowledge than any individual could absorb in a lifetime. The air held that particular scent of old books and learning, leather and paper, and the accumulated presence of countless minds engaging with ideas across centuries. Brass lamps glowed softly at each reading station, creating pools of warm light that turned the space into a constellation of small, private worlds. Holmes had secured them positions at Table H, with clear views of both the entrance and Table K, where their clerk would be sitting. Mycroft was already in place at Table M, apparently absorbed in a thick volume about trade regulations in the Far East, though Watson noticed that his position allowed him to observe Table K without obviously doing so. The man truly was a master of his craft. They settled in to wait. Holmes, with a book on medieval manuscripts that Watson suspected he was actually reading, despite the circumstances, while Watson attempted to focus on a medical journal and found himself instead cataloguing the reading room's other occupants. Students, clearly, bent over textbooks with the desperate concentration of examinations looming. A few elderly scholars who seemed to have grown into their chairs, part of the furniture itself. A young woman taking notes with fierce determination, her expression suggesting she was proving something to someone. The usual population of London's great intellectual gathering place, each absorbed in their own pursuits. At 5 minutes to 7, a man entered the reading room. Watson felt Holmes tense beside him, a subtle shift in posture that meant every faculty had suddenly focused. The man matched Timothy's description with remarkable accuracy. Tallish, thin, dark-haired, wearing spectacles and carrying himself with a careful posture of someone who spent their days bent over desks. His clothing was exactly as described, good quality but worn, the slightly shabby gentility of a professional man on a modest salary. He carried a green leather document case with brass corners, and even from this distance, Watson could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his eyes swept the room with a mixture of hope and fear. The man, their clerk, their correspondent, the architect of Mycroft's missing minute, made his way to Table K and sat down, placing the document case carefully beside him. He withdrew a copy of Bradshaw's Railway Guide from his coat pocket and opened it, but Watson could see that his eyes weren't actually focused on the pages. He was watching the entrance, waiting, his hands gripping the book with slightly more force than necessary. "Alone," Holmes murmured, his voice barely audible. No one followed him in. No one showed particular interest in his arrival. He came straight to Table K without hesitation or deviation. Either he's genuinely alone, or whoever is watching him is considerably better at surveillance than I am, which seems unlikely. They watched for another 5 minutes, letting the room's rhythm settle back into normalcy after the minor disturbance of a new arrival. The clerk's hands had stopped trembling, though he still held Bradshaw's guide as if it were a lifeline. He was young, Watson realized, probably not yet 30, despite Timothy's estimate. There was something in his face that suggested intelligence and determination warring with very real fear. "Right," Holmes said softly, closing his book with a quiet thud. "Watson, you're with me? Mycroft knows to wait unless we signal otherwise. Lestrade is positioned. Let's go meet the man brave enough, or desperate enough, to rob the British government of 60 seconds. They rose and made their way across the reading room, their footsteps muffled by carpet, passing between tables where London's scholars continued their work, unaware that something rather more dramatic than research was about to unfold. As they approached Table K, the clerk looked up, and Watson saw his eyes widen with recognition, not of their faces, which he presumably wouldn't know, but of the moment he'd been simultaneously hoping for and dreading. Holmes reached the table first and spoke the agreed-upon phrase, his voice carrying just far enough to be heard without disturbing other readers. "Pardon me, but I wonder if you could tell me, does the train to Southampton run on schedule?" The clerk swallowed, his throat working visibly, before managing the reply. "It is often delayed on Saturdays, sir. The weekend traffic, you understand." A pause, during which Watson could practically hear the man's heart racing. Then Holmes pulled out a chair and sat down with the casual authority of someone who belonged anywhere he chose to be. Watson followed suit, positioning himself so he could watch both their correspondent and the room beyond. "Mr. Holmes, I presume," the clerk said quietly. His voice was educated, as Timothy had observed, with the neutral accent of someone who had trained themselves out of regional markers. "And Dr. Watson, thank you for coming. I wasn't certain you would, after everything He stopped, seeming to realize he was on the verge of babbling. "That is, thank you." "Your name," Holmes said gently. "We should begin with that, I think. We can hardly continue calling you concerned subjects indefinitely." The clerk hesitated, and Watson saw a lifetime of caution warring with the necessity of trust. Finally, the man drew a breath and committed himself to whatever came next. "Whitfield," he said. "Arthur Whitfield. I'm a senior clerk in the Foreign Office, Department of Commercial Treaties, assigned to the African Territories section. I've held the position for 6 years, and until 3 months ago, I believed I understood the nature of my work and the integrity of my department." "And 3 months ago," Watson prompted, his voice deliberately calm, falling into the role he'd played so many times before. The reassuring presence, the medical man, the person who could be trusted with confidence. Whitfield's hands had returned to their death grip on Bradshaw's guide. 3 months ago, I was asked to compile a report on infrastructure expenditures in our West African territories. Roads, railways, port facilities, that sort of thing. Routine work, or so I thought. But as I reviewed the accounts, I noticed discrepancies. Small ones at first, a few £100 here and there that couldn't quite be accounted for. But they followed a pattern. Money allocated for specific projects somehow failing to reach its destination, replaced by vague explanations of administrative costs or unforeseen expenses. He paused, glancing around the reading room as if expecting to see hostile faces among the readers. Satisfied that no one was paying them particular attention, he continued, his voice dropping even lower. "I thought perhaps it was sloppy accounting. It happens, especially in colonial administration, where oversight is difficult. So I requested the original contracts and correspondence for several of these projects. That's when things became concerning. Some of the documents I received didn't match the copies already in my files. Amounts had been changed, dates altered, whole paragraphs rewritten. Someone was systematically modifying records, and they were doing it after the documents had already been filed and processed." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his grey eyes intent. "You kept copies of the originals?" "Better than that. I kept copies of both versions, the originals I'd been working from, and the altered versions that were replacing them. It wasn't difficult. One of the advantages of being a clerk is that no one pays much attention to what you're copying or filing. I also began documenting the pattern of alterations, tracking which projects were being affected, and by how much. Whitfield's hands finally released their grip on the railway guide, moving instead to the document case beside him. The total amount involved is considerable, nearly £40,000 over the past 3 years. But what concerns me more than the money is the pattern of who's benefiting and how the alterations are being concealed. This isn't opportunistic embezzlement by a single individual. It's systematic, coordinated, involving multiple people at various levels of the department. Names, Holmes said. Do you have names of those involved? Some, not all. The alterations require access at several levels. Someone in contracts, someone in accounting, someone with authority to approve amended documents. I've been able to identify the most junior participants, but the higher up the chain I go, the more carefully the tracks are covered. Watson watched as Whitfield opened the document case, revealing neatly organized files, marked with dates and project names. The man's hands were steadier now, finding confidence in the tangible evidence of what he'd discovered. Why not go through official channels? Watson asked. Surely there are procedures for reporting suspected corruption. Whitfield's laugh was brief and bitter. To whom would I report it? My immediate superior is one of the names I've identified as likely being involved. The next level up is the man who appointed him. And above that, he trailed off, shaking his head. The nature of the alterations suggests access to documents that should be restricted to very senior officials. If I make an official complaint and it reaches the wrong person, I don't simply lose my position. I become a liability that needs to be managed. So instead, you robbed Mycroft Holmes of a minute and slipped him a note, Holmes said. And Watson detected something that might have been admiration in his tone. Tell me, Mr. Whitfield, where did you learn such tradecraft? That level of planning and execution suggests training beyond what one acquires by tallying commercial contracts. A faint flush crept up Whitfield's neck. I read, Mr. Holmes, voraciously, and I have a certain aptitude for observation and planning. As a child, I used to construct elaborate games with my siblings, creating rules and scenarios, and managing all the moving pieces. It seemed natural to apply the same principles to a more serious problem. You're being modest, Holmes said. The timing alone required precise observation over multiple weeks. You had to learn Mycroft's routine, recruit or manipulate the various participants, and coordinate the elements to the second. That's not just reading, Mr. Whitfield. That's genuine tactical ability. Before Whitfield could respond, a shadow fell across the table. Watson's hand moved instinctively toward his pocket, but it was only Mycroft, having apparently decided that the conversation had reached a point where his presence was appropriate. He settled into the fourth chair with the air of a man who had been observing for long enough and was ready to take charge. Mr. Whitfield, Mycroft said, his voice carrying its usual authority, softened by something that might have been respected. I am the man whose minute you stole. I should, by all rights, be extremely annoyed with you. Instead, I find myself rather impressed. It takes considerable audacity to rob me of time, and considerably more skill to do so successfully. Now, let's see if your evidence justifies your methods." Whitfield met Mycroft's gaze directly, and Watson saw something shift in the young man's expression. The look of someone who had committed to a course of action and would see it through, regardless of consequences. "Yes, sir. I have documentation going back 3 years, organized by project and by the individuals involved. I've also prepared a summary analysis showing the pattern of alterations and what they reveal about the underlying conspiracy. I ask only that you review the evidence fairly, and, if you find my concerns justified, that you protect me from retaliation long enough to see this through to proper investigation." "A reasonable request," Mycroft said, accepting the first file that Whitfield offered. "Sherlock, Watson, perhaps you'd care to examine these as well. Multiple perspectives on complex documentation often reveal patterns that might escape a single review." And so, in the warm lamplight of the British Museum reading room, surrounded by scholars pursuing their own quests for knowledge, 4 men bent over a collection of government documents that told a story of corruption, conspiracy, and the courage of one frightened clerk who had decided that some things were worth risking everything to expose. Outside, the November drizzle continued to fall, and London carried on with its business, unaware that in its great temple of learning, the threads of a scandal were being carefully untangled by the only people who had been willing to listen. The documents spread across Table K told their story in the careful language of bureaucracy and numbers. But beneath the dry terminology and columns of figures, Watson could read a narrative of betrayal that was all the more damning for its methodical precision. Whitfield had organized everything with the thoroughness of a man who understood that his life might depend on the strength of his evidence. Original documents paired with their altered counterparts, careful annotations explaining the significance of each discrepancy, a timeline that showed the pattern of corruption unfolding across 3 years like a particularly ugly flower coming into bloom. Mycroft worked through the files with the focused intensity of a man whose profession was the evaluation of intelligence, his eyes moving rapidly across pages, while his fingers occasionally paused to trace a particular line or compare 2 documents side by side. Holmes examined the materials with equal attention, but different emphasis. He was looking not just at what the documents revealed, but at how they had been altered, searching for patterns in the methodology itself that might point toward the perpetrators. Watson, lacking his companion's expertise in governmental accounting, focused instead on Whitfield himself. The young clerk sat with his hands folded on the table, his posture straight, but not rigid, watching Mycroft's review with an expression that combined hope and resignation in equal measure. He was a man who had already made his peace with whatever consequences might follow, Watson realized. The fear was still there, visible in the occasional glance towards the reading room entrance, the tension in his shoulders. But it was subordinate to something larger. Conviction, perhaps. Or simply the relief of having finally shared a burden too heavy to carry alone. The reading room continued its evening rhythms around them, the gentle shuffle of pages turning, the occasional soft footstep of someone fetching a reference volume, the muted sounds of London's traffic seeping through the high windows. It was, Watson reflected, a peculiarly appropriate setting for this revelation, a place dedicated to the preservation and examination of truth, where knowledge was treated with the reverence it deserved. If one had to expose a conspiracy, There were worse venues than a library. After nearly 40 minutes of silent review, Mycroft carefully closed the last file and removed his spectacles, pinching the bridge of his nose in a gesture Watson recognized as indicating both fatigue and serious thought. "Mr. Whitfield," he said finally, his voice quiet but carrying absolute conviction, "your concerns are not only justified, they are considerably understated. What you've documented here is not merely financial irregularity. It's systematic diversion of public funds combined with falsification of government records at a scale that suggests coordination across multiple departments." Whitfield's breath escaped in something that might have been relief, or might have been the first recognition of just how serious his discovery truly was. "Then you believe me? You'll investigate?" "I don't merely believe you. I can verify portions of your claims within hours, using resources you cannot access. The altered documents you've identified, the pattern of modifications, even some of the names you've marked as suspects align with intelligence I've been accumulating from other sources. Your evidence provides context for anomalies I'd noted, but couldn't explain." Mycroft leaned back in his chair, his expression grim. "What you've stumbled upon, Mr. Whitfield, is likely part of a larger scheme involving the systematic exploitation of colonial infrastructure contracts. Your African territories are probably not the only area affected." Holmes had been studying one document in particular with fierce concentration. Now he looked up, his grey eyes sharp with that particular gleam that meant he had seen something significant. The alterations themselves are instructive. Look at the handwriting variations in these amendments. There are at least 3 distinct hands at work, possibly 4. But they're all using the same type of ink, the same quality of paper for insertions. That suggests a centralized operation where multiple clerks are performing the alterations, but drawing their materials from a common source. "Which means," Watson said, following the logic, "that whoever is orchestrating this has enough authority to control materials and assign tasks without raising suspicion." "Exactly. We're not looking for a lone embezzler. We're looking for someone with administrative oversight who can distribute forgery work among subordinates while maintaining deniability about the overall scheme." Holmes tapped the document thoughtfully. "Mycroft, you mentioned other sources. What pattern have you observed?" Mycroft glanced around the reading room, a habitual caution, even in this relatively secure environment. "Over the past year, I've noted irregularities in reports from 3 separate colonial territories. West Africa, as Mr. Whitfield has documented, but also certain districts in India and the Caribbean. In each case, infrastructure projects show similar patterns: initial funding approved, progress reports submitted on schedule, but the actual results on the ground failing to match the documentation. Local officials have complained of receiving less money than London claims to have sent, but their complaints have been dismissed as poor record-keeping or attempts to conceal their own corruption." "A perfect system," Holmes murmured. "Steal in London, blame the colonies. The distance and communication delays make verification nearly impossible, and the endemic assumption of colonial corruption provides cover for domestic theft." Whitfield had been listening with growing horror. "I thought it was limited to my section. If it's spread across multiple territories—" He paused, calculating. "The total amount could be hundreds of thousands of pounds, possibly more." Considerably more, Mycroft confirmed, and more troubling than the money itself is the question of where it's going and why. Corruption for personal enrichment is one thing, reprehensible but comprehensible. But this level of systematic diversion suggests either a very elaborate personal scheme or something with a different purpose entirely. Political funding, Watson suggested. I've read that American political machines operate on exactly this sort of graft. Possible. Or funding for activities that cannot be officially budgeted, or even foreign intelligence work. Money stolen from British coffers and funneled to parties who wish us ill. Mycroft's expression had grown darker. Any of these scenarios represents a serious threat to national security, which is why Mr. Whitfield's courage in bringing this forward cannot be overstated. The young clerk flushed at the praise, clearly uncomfortable with being described as courageous, when he had spent the past months terrified for his safety. I only did what any honest man would do. The money isn't mine to ignore being stolen, even if the victims are colonials who will never know they've been cheated. Watson found himself warming to Whitfield even more. There was a core of simple decency in the man, a belief that right and wrong weren't matters of political convenience, but moral absolutes. It was unfashionable in some circles, that kind of straightforward morality, but Watson had always found it more admirable than the sophisticated cynicism that passed for worldliness among certain types. "So what happens now?" Whitfield asked, directing the question primarily to Mycroft, but glancing at Holmes as well. "How do we proceed without alerting the people involved that they've been discovered?" "Carefully," Mycroft said. "Very carefully. The moment they suspect investigation, documents will disappear, witnesses will recant or vanish, and trails will go cold. I need to identify everyone involved from the bottom to the top of the chain before moving openly. That will require time and discretion. And protection for Mr. Whitfield," Holmes added firmly. "He's made himself vulnerable by compiling this evidence. If word reaches the wrong people that he's been asking questions, connecting patterns—" "I'm aware," Mycroft interrupted, his tone suggesting he'd already been considering this problem. "Mr. Whitfield, I'm going to ask you to do something that will be difficult, but necessary. You must return to your position at the Foreign Office and continue your work exactly as you have been. Any change in your routine, any unusual absence could raise suspicion. But you won't be unprotected. I'll arrange discreet surveillance. People watching for any indication that you're being threatened or followed." Whitfield's face had paled slightly, but he nodded. "I understand. How long do you think it will take? To identify everyone involved and gather sufficient evidence for prosecution?" "Weeks, possibly months. This kind of investigation cannot be rushed without compromising its effectiveness." Mycroft's expression softened slightly. "I know what I'm asking. Returning to work among people you know to be criminals, maintaining a facade of normalcy while fearing discovery. It requires remarkable nerve." "No more nerve than was required to steal your minute," Holmes observed with a slight smile. "Mr. Whitfield has already demonstrated he possesses that quality in abundance. What he needs now is a means of communicating with us if the situation changes, or if he uncovers additional information. We can't rely on elaborate street theatre every time he needs to make contact." "Agreed," Mycroft said. "Mr. Whitfield, do you have any suggestions? You've proven yourself adept at unconventional communication." Whitfield considered for a moment, his fingers drumming lightly against the table, in a rhythm that suggested a nervous energy-seeking outlet. "The British Museum," he said finally. "I come here regularly, have done for years. It's part of my normal routine and wouldn't raise suspicion. What if I were to leave messages here? Perhaps in specific books that I could check out and return, with notes tucked inside." "Too traceable," Holmes said immediately. "Library records would show which books you'd borrowed. We need something more public but less documented." He glanced around the reading room, his gaze calculating distances and angles. "The catalogue boxes. If you needed to signal urgent contact, you could place a marker in one of the catalogue drawers, something innocuous, like a torn corner of newspaper, marking a specific card. We'd check regularly, and if we found your marker, we'd know to arrange a meeting." "And for the meetings themselves?" Whitfield asked. "Vary the location," Watson suggested, drawing on memories of stories Holmes had told about criminal networks and their communication methods. "Never the same place twice. Museums, galleries, parks, anywhere that provides both public visibility and private conversation opportunities." Mycroft nodded approval. "Sound thinking. Mr. Whitfield, you'll receive a list of potential meeting locations within the next few days, delivered to your residence by means that won't attract attention. Each location will have an associated code. If you place your marker in the catalogue and include a specific call number, we'll know which location you're indicating and can meet you there. What about immediate danger?" Whitfield's voice had dropped even lower, and Watson heard genuine fear beneath the question. "If I discover I'm being watched, or if someone confronts me directly about my inquiries." Holmes leaned forward, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "You send word to Baker Street immediately, by any means necessary. Street urchin, cabbie, telegram, it doesn't matter. And you do not go home or to work. You come directly to 221B, where you will be safe while we determine the extent of the threat. Is that clear?" "Crystal clear, Mr. Holmes. Thank you." "Don't thank us yet," Mycroft said dryly. "We're asking you to act as bait while we hunt dangerous people who have already demonstrated willingness to commit serious crimes. If this were an official operation, I could offer you proper protection and resources. As it is, you'll be relying on my brother's brilliance, Watson's loyalty, and my own rather unconventional methods of keeping people alive who've made themselves inconvenient to powerful interests." "That seems like quite a lot to rely on," Whitfield said, and Watson caught the slight edge of humour beneath the nervousness. The man had courage and wit both. He was going to need both in the weeks ahead. They spent another 20 minutes establishing protocols and contingencies, working through scenarios with the thoroughness of military planners preparing for a campaign. Lestrade was summoned from his position in the Assyrian gallery and brought into the discussion, his practical police experience adding another layer to their defensive strategy. By the time they finished, Watson felt reasonably confident that Whitfield had as much protection as could be arranged under the circumstances, though he was also acutely aware that reasonable confidence was a long way from certainty. As they prepared to part ways, Whitfield to return to his modest lodgings in Bloomsbury, the others to their various destinations, Holmes called the young clerk back with a gesture. "Mr. Whitfield, one more thing. That minute you stole from my brother, I've been curious about the mechanics. The musician, the horse, The flash of light. How did you arrange it all? The timing alone must have required extensive preparation. A genuine smile crossed Whitfield's face, the first Watson had seen from him, transforming his worried expression into something younger and more mischievous. The musician was easy enough. I hired him through an advertisement, told him I wanted music for a private party, but needed him to play at a specific location for exactly 20 minutes. He thought it was eccentric, but was happy enough for the money. The horse. He paused, looking slightly embarrassed. I'm ashamed to admit it was simpler than you might think. I'd observed that particular carriage and horse for several weeks. It's one of Mr. Holmes's regular hires, I believe, and noticed the horse was nervous of sudden bright light. So I positioned myself with a small mirror and waited for the right moment. And the chalk on Mycroft's sleeve? Watson asked. Taylor's chalk purchased that morning, kept in my pocket. During the confusion with the horse, when Mr. Holmes was momentarily distracted by the commotion and the flash of light, I simply brushed past him, gripped his arm briefly as if steadying myself, and deposited the envelope in his pocket. The chalk transfer was accidental. I'd marked the corner of the envelope earlier to ensure I grabbed the right one, and some residue remained on my fingers. Holmes was openly grinning now, delighted by the simplicity and effectiveness of the scheme. Magnificent! You use the city itself as your accomplice, its routines, its predictable elements, its moments of small chaos. That's not just clever, Mr. Whitfield. That's artistry. I prefer to think of it as desperation making me creative, Whitfield replied. But I appreciate the compliment, Mr. Holmes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should return home before my landlady begins to worry. She's convinced that London after dark is full of dangers, and while she's not entirely wrong, I'd prefer not to confirm her fears by arriving at midnight, looking haunted. They watched him leave the reading room, his green document case, now considerably lighter, tucked under his arm, his posture that of any scholar concluding an evening of research. Only those who had witnessed the past few hours would recognize the significance of what had just transpired, the courage required to walk back into danger with only the fragile promise of protection from unofficial sources. After Whitfield departed, the four remaining men, Holmes, Watson, Mycroft, and Lestrade, lingered for a moment in the warm lamplight, each processing what they had learned and what they had committed themselves to. He's a remarkable young man, Watson said finally, to discover corruption at that scale, and to risk everything to expose it. He's either remarkably brave or remarkably foolish, Lestrade countered, though his tone suggested respect rather than criticism. Possibly both. The question is whether we can protect him long enough to see this through. We'll protect him, Holmes said with quiet conviction, not just because it's the right thing to do, but because allowing him to come to harm would mean the people behind this corruption succeed in silencing opposition. That cannot be permitted. Mycroft had been gathering the documents they'd been reviewing, organizing them with the methodical care of a man who understood that evidence was useless if mishandled. I'll begin my investigation immediately. There are inquiries I can make, channels I can access, that will allow me to verify Whitfield's documentation and identify the senior conspirators without alerting them to scrutiny. But I'll need time, and I'll need our young clerk to maintain his nerve while I work. "He will," Holmes assured him. "He's already proven himself capable of extraordinary patience and planning. A few more weeks of careful performance won't break him." They made their way out of the museum together, emerging into a night that had grown colder and clearer, the earlier drizzle having finally exhausted itself. The streets of London gleamed wetly under gaslight, and the air carried that particular post-rain freshness that made the city seem almost clean. A few cabs rattled past, their drivers hunched against the chill, and somewhere in the distance a church bell marked the hour with deep, sonorous notes. As they reached the corner where their paths would diverge, Mycroft to his club, Lestrade to Scotland Yard, Holmes and Watson back to Baker Street, the great detective paused, looking back at the museum's imposing facade. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "when Mycroft first came to us about his missing minute, I thought we were investigating a theft. A curiosity, certainly, but ultimately just a peculiar puzzle about distraction and timing. Instead, we've uncovered something far more significant. That single stolen minute has led us to a conspiracy that reaches into the highest levels of government. It's rather extraordinary when you think about it." "The minute that mattered," Watson murmured, and Holmes smiled at the phrase. "Precisely." 60 seconds that seemed inconsequential, but contained within them the seed of something larger. I wonder how many other moments we dismiss as trivial might hold similar significance if we only knew how to read them properly. Mycroft, adjusting his coat against the cold, allowed himself a slight smile. "Speaking as the man who had that minute stolen from him, I find myself unexpectedly grateful for the theft. If Mr. Whitfield had chosen any other method of contact, a letter, a direct approach, even an anonymous tip, I might have dismissed it as crank correspondence or politically motivated falsehood. But the sheer audacity of robbing me of time, combined with the precision of execution, that commanded my attention in a way nothing else could have." "It was a test," Holmes said, understanding dawn. "Whitfield wasn't just trying to deliver a message. He was demonstrating his own capabilities, proving that he was someone worth taking seriously, despite his junior position and lack of official authority." "And it worked," Mycroft acknowledged. "The minute I spent being confused on a foggy street in Pall Mall has purchased Mr. Whitfield my full attention and considerable resources. I'd call that a wise investment on his part, even if it did require robbing me of something I'm rather possessive about." They parted ways then, each to their own corner of London's vast sprawl, carrying with them the knowledge of conspiracy uncovered, and the weight of responsibility assumed. Watson walked beside Holmes through streets that were growing quieter as the evening advanced, the city settling into its nighttime rhythms, while above them the stars emerged from between dissipating clouds. "Do you think we'll catch them?" Watson asked as they turned onto Baker Street, seeing the familiar shape of 221B ahead of them. "The people behind this corruption." "I think," Holmes replied, "that between Mycroft's resources, Lestrade's police work, and our own investigation, they have very little chance of escaping justice. But more importantly, I think Mr. Arthur Whitfield has already accomplished something remarkable. He's transformed himself from a frightened clerk into someone who matters. Someone whose courage and conscience have set in motion events that will likely reshape portions of the Foreign Office and possibly the colonial administration as well. That's not a bad legacy for one stolen minute. Mrs. Hudson had left the lamp burning in the sitting-room window, a beacon welcoming them home. As they climbed the familiar stairs, Watson found himself thinking about Whitfield returning to his own lodgings, preparing to face another day of maintaining careful normalcy while surrounded by criminals. The young man's courage deserved recognition, though it would likely remain forever unacknowledged in any official capacity. "Holmes," Watson said as they entered the sitting-room, its warmth and familiar clutter wrapping around them like a comfortable blanket. "When this is over, when Whitfield is safe and the conspirators are caught, I'd like to write about it. Not for publication immediately, perhaps, but as a record of what one ordinary man accomplished through extraordinary courage." Holmes settled into his chair with a satisfied sigh, reaching for his pipe. "An excellent idea, Watson, though I'd suggest you emphasize that Mr. Whitfield was never truly ordinary. Ordinary men don't steal minutes from Mycroft homes and live to tell the tale. Ordinary men don't document government corruption with the thoroughness of a trained investigator. No, our young clerk is many things, but ordinary isn't among them." Outside, London continued its endless conversation with itself. Voices and hoofbeats, laughter and arguments, the great complicated symphony of millions of lives intersecting in the darkness. And somewhere in that vast city, Arthur Whitfield lay in his bed, probably not sleeping, preparing himself for the weeks ahead, with nothing but the promise of protection from unofficial sources and his own remarkable nerve. The minute that had been stolen was long gone, lost to time like all moments are. But what it had set in motion would echo far longer than 60 seconds, rippling outward in ways that none of them could yet fully comprehend. Watson smiled to himself, already composing opening lines in his mind. This was a story worth telling, a reminder that sometimes the smallest actions, the briefest moments, could change everything if undertaken with sufficient courage and conviction. The fire crackled softly, the fog pressed close against the windows, and the night settled over Baker Street with the gentle finality of a book being closed. For now, at least, there was peace. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're drifting beneath the quiet glow of Vienna, the ocean breeze of Bali, the gentle nightlights of Seoul, or the calm twilight of Lisbon. If this moment brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more restful nights like this. Let the silence ease your thoughts. Let your breath slow. Let your dreams unfold gently. Sleep softly now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.